Valentine's Day. My Valentine's is at work, but I already got him some stuff. I hope if y'all have a boo thing that y'all got some gifts, and it better not be just the generic fucking flowers and chocolates. Nobody fucking wants that shit. It's 2026. Grow the fuck up. But if somebody does appreciate that, that's a fine gift. It's, flowers are still cool. I like getting roses. These roses I got for Elijah a while ago, but he likes to keep them, and like, I don't know, they're still like aesthetic, even though they're like dead. But now you already know the drill. I have to go ahead. I had to go ahead and update everybody. Because I'm pretty sure at least maybe one or two people are going to see that I'm streaming just off rip if they have my channel notifications on. But I still have to, like, Alright, let's copy that link. I really hate that the stream last time could only be like an hour and 30 or an hour and 20 something, but I really wanted to get the time in, but I didn't have that much time, because then we had, like, Elijah was coming home and then we had to go to the gym. I need to hurry up. My phone is on like 8%. I didn't even put it on the charger last night. Alright. Also, I have like a 15 plus. I didn't know the charging port got so fucking dirty. Because for the longest time, I had to fiddle and fight with my charger, thinking that, like, eventually I'm going to have to get another, like, phone. Turns out the charging port was just caked with dust and debris. So much to the point where, like, I had to, like, force my charger in there. But what I was really doing was shoving more dirt into the charging port. So, like, it made it harder for the charger to, like, do what it's supposed to do. But, anyway, that's besides the point. Hello. Like I said, happy Valentine's Day. We're gonna get back into this. We're supposed to be going to Hong Kong and China. That's where our next port of arrival is. We found out what the speckled man was. Well, not entirely, because the snake is striped rather than speckled. And I don't know, we didn't really glean that much. I think we're still in the middle of doing like a realization or something, so we'll just dive back in. We only have so much more time to spare because we're going to be in Hong Kong soon, and I think we're going to have a trial in Hong Kong, so we'll see. I'm really hoping that we do get to the trial already. I really do want to get to that point. Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the riding serpent we see before us. It seems likely that scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? I don't think so, because it doesn't appear to have fangs, from what I remember. Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. It's a cat.
Yes!
Oh, not the photographic frame. You were looking over at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no, it's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Because it is so beautifully displays. Where, you know what, that deduction was wanting in every way. Oh my god. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting to never have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Sorry, I keep getting ahead of myself, knowing... And that same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of her head. Whatever it is, this friend must be small enough to pass through the ventilator. That really ought to narrow it down. Let me scout around again. Okay, I have to examine it. I keep getting ahead of myself. I know that I have to examine things in this game, but I keep forgetting, like, to press examine first. Ah, the photograph in this frame. This must be something Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. This is a cat. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It would vie with you, wouldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit. A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no! The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? She almost broke her neck doing that. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What is this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's soft skin. You see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one ever would have known. Oh yes, boys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? It's a cat toy, isn't it? Well, It is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. I think I might understand what happened. This is probably a stretch. I don't know. But hmm. Maybe the cat ran through the vent and she tried to like lure the cat back with that, and that's what Kazuma noticed right before his neck was snapped somehow or broken. So he was distracted when he got killed. I think it may be a cat's toy. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for? Sorry, y'all. I just woke up like maybe 30 minutes ago. How is that a toy for? How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Alright, present this.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After our feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cats by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing a photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. At least we know it's still on the ship. The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered into the court record. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear to be no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Solms says is true. There were no signs of a wound. There are no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Solms seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the postmortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or another. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapons have been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? This? Mark on the floor. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the case of the death conclusively. This particular mark is so prominently visible next to the victim's body, a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I have constructed, which I can carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow and dye, were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of shoe polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to believe what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point of the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the case and the victim's death in the traveling case. Fuck. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor seems to suggest that's what happened. But if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that proves it. Here in his cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. What's happening? Happy Valentines. Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here.
It hasn't been dropped, Naruto-san. It's been placed.
I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes.
Stop trying to sound like the great detective.
There's nothing else over here, is there? Yeah, it's gotta be that. Oh. You tried to hide the evidence in plain sight, didn't you? It's this tiara. Don't give me that wide-eyed, incredulous stare. I know the truth. That 20,000 rubles is enough to make anyone lose their head. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was one. Okay, okay. This is just the same little flavor text. Okay, so it's not the traveling case.
I still can't bring myself to believe it. It just seems so unlike Cosmos to stumble carelessly and then fall to his death.
It's hard to be true, but the mark on the floor seems to but I have a feeling there's something here in this cabin that links. Wait.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, it's the other Oh, it's the bell. Do they have like the same kind of art style? I've never. Wait, what game? Like, what system was that on? Damn, I'm coughing and yawning so hard. There's like tears coming out of my eyes. Maybe it's by like the same like artist. I don't know. Is it by Capcom as well? It's a piece of broken glass, isn't it? No, it's the bells to the cat's collar. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more on your mind than simply playing tricks on you. Yes! Boom. Okay. Here, we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Sogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Sega. Oh, okay. Oh, wait! Now that you mention it, I think I have seen, maybe like a screen cap or something before. I might have to play it. Did you watch the showcase? The state of play for PlayStation?
Oh no.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Bro, I know Courtney is going to love that. I hope she knows. I hope she like got to watch it. Also, they brought back fucking Rayman. Like Rayman from like the fucking PS1. They brought that shit back and now you can play it on PlayStation 5. I'm going to stream the fuck out of that, dude. Like, I know that game like the back of my hand. I'm going to play the shit out of that. I love that game so bad. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I
don't know. And that hush Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, my dear girl. Why? The reason you have a first name? You're gonna have to elaborate on that, because I have no idea what you mean. Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass, that would be...
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, don't tell me. It keeps cutting off the fucking text. I don't know why it doesn't tell me a lot on here. Now, let me make sure my volume's down so it doesn't echo. We are doing serious science here. This is like unlike anything I've ever seen before. I swear to God, if his first name is Kyle or something, this very glass in question, the truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. Sorry, I haven't seen that word in a minute. Jesus. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Oh, trust me, I know. Because early 2000s, the only phone I had was like either a flip phone or some like whack ass T-Mobile phone that like kind of like it was like kind of like that. But around the time I think that's when like iPhone was starting to get like it started to get traction because like Apple iPhone and iPod was getting a little bit popular on TV like here and there. Um, Internet wasn't really that much of a thing. I mean, it was because like that was like 2000. That was like 2000. When I got that little T-Mobile phone, that was like 2008 or 2009. So like YouTube was starting to, you know, mine was a track phone. Yep, I had a track phone, and when I met Nikel in black ugly ass Obama phone I used to have, when I met Nikel in like 8th grade back in 20 like end of 2011, 2012. Holy shit. Oh my god. I just remember that you just brought back so many memories by accident.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Death by tripping over a cat. Shut up. Shut up, we not old. We're getting there. Shit. I'm already 26, dude. I've had this channel since I was like 14. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I just gave her some food. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired that rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it?
Yes. And had I read the rules on the wall, and I had read the rules on the wall, I knew that I was not allowed. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet, very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought,
Oh, so at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of that toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Cosima wrote about in this diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. I know it's long as hell. I'm surprised that cat didn't see it, or if it did see it, it was like, it was just like kind of just sitting there like,
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then,
oh, surely that couldn't have been what killed him though.
I, I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then, oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Cosima was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Birya is a large vessel. Not even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily cause him to fall over. It's been going good, actually. The only thing that I will say that I have complaints on is that I started dilly-dallying with my art a little bit. I will get back on it. I'm almost done with my first chapter. I just don't know where to upload it at. That's the one thing that I'm not so sure about. I want to upload my first chapter of my manga so I can like start getting the ball rolling to start updating the chapters regularly. I just don't know where to put them at. I want to do them on like Webtoon Canvas, and I keep seeing like mixed reviews about people saying that I can upload from my iPad or I can't, and I'd have to have a computer. There's other places. Yeah, Patreon is a place, but I don't know. I don't know if my shit's like that good enough or interesting for people to like pay for it. I guess I could just put it on there for free, but I don't know. At the very least, I do want to like maybe if I do while I'm figuring it out where to put it, I could probably put my first chapter, since it's only going to be like a handful of pages anyway. I was probably going to put it like on Instagram, but Instagram might crop it weirdly. But I was thinking of putting it on like TikTok and Instagram, the first chapter, and then from there, like they would have to go to wherever I'm uploading it to continue to read it. I just need to find somewhere to do it at, and then start saving up to try to get proper stuff to continue doing this stuff. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, everything's been going well. Everything's been fine. I've just been going to work, coming home, drawing, playing, doing this, streaming, or going to the gym. And I just changed up my gym routine as well. I think I reposted it too, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one dealing with cropping issues, because like I was posting my covers, like my art covers on Instagram, and they would like crop it really weird to where I'd have to like zoom out on the image and then like upload it to Instagram, because Instagram likes to like blow the image up like super bad. Like I don't know why. But yeah, everything's been good over here. I definitely will keep y'all updated about that manga stuff because I just don't know where to post it at yet. But I'm I'll figure it out. I always figure something out. So yeah. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back.
Whoa. I don't know why. Whoa. I don't know why the fuck you just did that. That just scared the shit out of me.
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Darker is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the next cabin to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose snake is it and where did it come from? Bitch, what on earth is such a dangerous creature doing aboard this ship? Oh, didn't I say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosco? What? Pirosco? Is that how you say? I don't know Russian. Like I said in the last stream that nobody got to watch for real. I only studied about like maybe 35 minutes to maybe an hour of Russian and I gave that shit up. So I don't... Huh? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha, we were at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Prozoko does not have venom. He is harmless. He is harmless. He is harmless. Very long. Wait, Denny's is closed down for good, for real? I haven't seen a Denny's in a minute. The only Denny's I've seen is in a video about like someone in Japan going to Denny's. Very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? I mean, I've never really been to Denny's either, so I'm not really that broken up about it. It's just crazy that I'll never see it again, you know, like... Yeah, like going towards, where is it? Greenville, I think? I think I remember the one that you're talking about. Oh. Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirosco eats mouses, big fat round mouses. Okay, hope hole. Like going, like I mean, I'm more so saying like going towards Greenville. Like I don't remember like the exact area. I just know like going out of the town that way towards I think Greenville is that Flying J. I know the exact one that you're talking about. I just didn't know the name. So is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Favorite food. Nothing that says on top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? Oh my god. It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Perusco has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. I doubt it because... Sorry. How the deuce? But, I don't believe that, because we're definitely finna do a trial after all this shit. And second off, um, there's no way that that was the case, because not only Mikotoba was saying, like, Kazuma definitely has to go overseas to handle some matter that we don't know about yet, and even Kazuma in his final moments, or among his final days, he alluded to something like he needs Ryunosuke to become a lawyer. Like he needs him to, but didn't elaborate why. So I'm pretty sure that this is I'm pretty sure like these are the events that happened, but I don't think Kazuma broke his neck like that. He had to have been killed. But by who, though?
Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotowa? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Wait. No. There has to be. Especially with Susato pointing out that she's lying. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope that you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ugh, not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. A port call. You were... Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes, Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to this conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the outside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Yeah, because why would they have to write that? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? Oh my god, you have got to be kidding me. The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell this out for me. Damn, it's a shame they died after being killed. Y'all are silly as hell. It really is a shame that people die when they're dead. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't have possibly been a mere accident. Oh, really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. So I'm just gonna.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in his photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Osogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian.
I love my Shoney. He's growing on me a little bit, to be honest.
It is just a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
Like I said, I gave it a good try. Like I gave up after around like an hour. Like I studied it like 2 days collectively, maybe an hour. That shit, I don't know. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So Sasatsu-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, I think is, yeah. Is it this? I'm assuming. What point? Sorry. I think. I think that you were starting to see nothing of the sort. No.
If it was no accident, then what we should be looking for is one of two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't.
Most compendiously put, my dear madam. Ah, I see. I confess your rather languid I see doesn't fill me with confidence.
Don't worry, Mr. Anhoro. I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does, anyway.
Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. Evidence is right here, and yeah. I'm supposing. This piece of broken glass next to the bark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around his neck. We already know all about that. Where did that come from? I mean, I agree. I do agree. I'll drink the fuck out of some cranberry juice. But where did that come from? It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin?
Oh. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no.
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point out to the same conclusion. Oh, no wonder, because I'm like, what the hell? I got water, and I need to drink it in a minute. There was someone else in this room. Oh. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asoki. Oh.
You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? He's trying to implicate me again. Bulkhead was locked, was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in the cabin. Right, I really hate that. It's so stupid. Beef stroganoff. And the only other person only other person in cabin when young student died was you. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind... Oh my god. Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying... The person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. Right? What the fuck, bro? Like, I fell in love with, like, bruh, Cosima was my whole date to fucking England, bro. We didn't even get to go on any dates in England. It's so crazy. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fell on the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Sogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Leaving half behind was going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have it cast any light onto the floor in there. Little wonder then that the couple failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Where'd your snake go? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina's woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join the ballet company. But before, she was dancer on ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I gave my tooth. I'm doing my best. You are a good detective, you should know. Look through the eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, it's impossible. He's right.
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not the barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Sato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? What the fuck? She's like, well, damn, I don't want to seem stupid. That nigga said it. Like... So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside.
Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of that method I have in mind before have been used.
I don't believe it.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside?
One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen.
Indeed we have. So you would care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telltale signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
How do I point out the ship rocking? Okay, what would I point out here? Pointing out telling signs of the method that was used. What?
Yes!
It's just how it was done. It certainly shows how something was done, I concur. In fact, it's an excellent way to show how easy it is to jump to the wrong conclusion. But a surely dismal way to show how the book... Damn, why you roasting me like that?
Surely it can't really be that possible to make the bolt from inside shut without touching it at all, can it?
I'm sure that there's something in the back of my mind tells me so. Do you really know what's going on? Yes. Do I have to point to the bolt itself?
Yes!
Oh my god. What does it want me to do then? The Russian lady is a jet. Literally. What would I... What would I point out? The ship itself? What? I don't know what it wants me to do here. Nothing to report. What the fuck would I point out here? I'm gonna die. It is because of the boat rocking back and forth. It's just, how do I point that out here? Oh, yes. Bitch, the fucking book's falling over. Oh my god. It is, I really love this soundtrack. See how all the books and things have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It is a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on its objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? For real, she always pulls that bitch out. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But by then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance.
Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Sogi was killed? Jesus, Buria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Sadly, bro, like, 2023 is when I think Sonic Heroes reached 2 decades old. That honestly makes me sad. Anytime I think about how much time has passed, like, I get really sad because it's like, I like to go back and revisit things, and I'm glad that I still have my consoles and stuff that I can revisit old games on, but it's just like, damn. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I just get really sad, especially whenever I start, like, thinking about it and talking about it, it's like, I don't know, I get like real fucking depressed. And no, no Ace Attorney 7. Oh my god.
And I set them all up again, didn't I?
I guess that's one way to get through it. Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my.
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of mind? You say Breer made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you to only pull the emergency button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewmen to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. What? It was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. Oh my god. He almost sounds proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. No, I'm sure that all can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi. Did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiot. Bria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
My ear is itchy. It always happens when I put this headset on. I swear to God, it's like fucking anthrax is on this bitch. Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? I'm guessing this, because why weren't you at this pose? Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, this will be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report. Wouldn't you? It's really scared. Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop making rubbish! Oh, stop talking rubbish, sorry. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Oh, yes. I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. Did we all bump our shit? Since eating dinner yesterday morning, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Oh. And then the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Drugged? Were we drugged? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive? Oh, well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So he enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it. Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? There was a sleeper agent in that fucking chicken, wasn't there? My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do? No. Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. I've never seen that word, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that one. A sleeping drug.
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a sleeping drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes?
Well, seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself would be hauled over to the coals. Oh, hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting in a renegade.
Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Oh,
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
these crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, her mother Russia. Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve. Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. Bug, you probably could have put me asleep for like 2 days. At midnight in waters in Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrades on shore with small fishing boats. While all the passengers on SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. So not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the other door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Oh. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life that night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who desperately tried to hide broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt in the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man.
But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come for one final logic and reason spectacular to expose the truth.
Okay, so yeah, it is setting in for me that we're not doing a real trial, we're just doing this shit. This is sad. I wanted another trial. The first one was fun. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two whatever. Observation?
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, right? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence of these two, that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You were delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. All right, let's see what I can see. I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there the night when Cosmo died. Oh, bitch.
Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Alright, bitch.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I, don't know where that comes from.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain?
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman.
Allow us to make it plain.
It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it.
My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Miss Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is...
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Ink?
A rather unusual color of ink. Purple.
Oh! Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Oh, that was me. And the stain on the back of your uniform is the ink of the exactly the same color. Oh my god, why did they write it like that?
If the ink had been dry, it couldn't have possibly stained your uniform in that way, which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled.
All right. Yes, it was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like a wardrobe man did it. Then I pressed the button to make Birya do emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please. You must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on the floor. What happened here? What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little furry friend.
Everything that happened in the cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Arsogi's cabin, and he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find his occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin, look,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
I understand.
And I believe you.
So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate incident that whatever, these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well. If Cosmo tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of luck and broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seems to be unnatural?
Yes!
I don't know. Must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry, I'll try that.
I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? Word written in foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely.
That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? It should be an easy task. Why do I? Why do I? So, this hand? Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here, we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? That's one of this girl's earrings.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. It's her earring. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Consuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. With your own eyes. Hello, Mama.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see that you have a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. And now the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Sogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell on the floor. In other words, where's my phone? Where's my phone? Hold on, my bad. Oh shit, now that he mentions it, hold on. Now that he mentions it. Hold on, give me 1 second. Alright. You witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear? and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments.
No.
Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Oh? Damn. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much.
Oh, running away. The fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the men's cabin.
Just a moment. Sorry, but... I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
Ah,
Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
huh? No, I don't know that name.
My heart nearly stopped
when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped from my arms and down to the young man's feet, and as he turned around to look at me.
Damn.
I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
So you did kill him. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty at out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out in the third on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing in the cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
so you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show that Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway and Wardrobe still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote, however the fuck you say that, so the person who found him would look inside a wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back into her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Bureau did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little late after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. Literally, like, I mean, somebody else could have fell and died the same fucking way. Like, we're lucky the only thing that we got are just, hurt heads.
What?
Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. That was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Oh, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard?
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I...
May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova?
It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Isogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Can we be in China already? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take in that moment? He was going to ask me what I thought. For sure. He was going to ask his boyfriend for a second opinion. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was... Can we determine whatever. First, consistent of victim location in his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in that wardrobe, but still, the cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuo. Yes, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truth. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. And when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? The wardrobe. My wardrobe. And at that time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up, then maybe this tragedy would have never happened.
Take that!
Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes. Yes, however... What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe.
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Oh. Miss Pavlova, please.
Literally, if only he didn't have to get a fucking second opinion. He's so fucking smart this one time. Why couldn't you believe in your fucking self? Just go like, hey, like, why would you need a second opinion of like not to tell on it? Like, just don't tell on her. Just don't tell on her. Just let her leave. Just let her leave. Damn, we could have been honeymooning in England. Fuck.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Birya was finally laid to rest. She killed my fucking boyfriend, dude. Ah, damn. That's fucking crazy. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to retrieve her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all of that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? She won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away. Nilla? What do you mean, Nilla? She ran away and now she's in exile for life. I see. Oh, Stroganoff looks so sad. I see. I'm sorry. See, Miss Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost a good friend. I would go with Nina. I would give myself to British police. That's kind of you. Oh. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. I don't want to be in here anymore. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Cosima and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh. Susato-san? Oh. Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas to visit Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. And I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector. My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. Moshiwake gozaimashita deshita. Sorry. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least... Why are the handcuffs back on me? This motherfucker played too motherfucking much. Bitch, we're trying to have a fucking moment here. What's the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you to wear those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. Not really, no. I did at one point to kind of like help get an idea of how to continue writing, but after a while, especially with the repercussions of using AI in general, I don't really use it. Um, I I will say for some people it might be a helpful resource, but as of right now, I don't really like Chat GPT or really condone the usage of it for real. That's just that's just how I personally feel. That's how I feel about a lot of AI in general, especially Chat GPT. So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. I'm going to kill this motherfucker. He thinks this is funny. We're trying to have a moment.
Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. Heart, heartrending, yeah. Which is fair. I'm not really gonna knock anybody else's usage of it. I know that people can get some good usages. I just had a stroke, my bad. I know that some people can get a good usage out of it, and maybe it can help in some way, shape, or form. It's just the grander scheme of using Chat GPT for long term. I don't know. Like it's just kind of like I know it's kind of hard to like like especially coming from someone who's creative myself. Like they're yeah the the way I see it is like especially at the time that I used it, it was just to help get like a better feel for like writing, but I wouldn't be able to get a good feel of writing or like um maybe I wouldn't be able to fully understand how to like write better myself if I don't actually practice it myself. The same way like someone's not going to get better at drawing if someone doesn't like it I don't really see like you can't get anywhere with using Chat GPT for real. Like, you know, you're not really like it's like flipping to the back of the textbook for like the answers, if that makes any sense. Like you can't really like get no, because I was like I saw the message because like my watch. I'm surprised my watch isn't dead, but I mean, all I really like, because I don't know, because I get what people want to do with it. Exactly. So it's like, I mean, after a certain point, it's just going to become catered to like not only how you think, but how you talk. It doesn't really do anything much but reiterate what you're already thinking and just putting it in front of you, just kind of like taking whatever ideas you have and just kind of like jumbling it up in a way that makes it seem more palatable, like an actual ideas being pushed back to you. Because what I noticed whenever I used it at some point was like I wasn't really getting anywhere with really like conceptual or good writing, and it kept leaving out a lot of details. It wasn't really reliable to use rather than just using my own brain, like using my own mind and using my own knowledge about I um how how I want to write my story. Like I'm just letting a robot just kind of like do all the dirty work for me, and I that didn't really like sit right with me. And after a while, I just stopped using it, and I started rewriting all of the chapters. Girl, oh my god, not basketball terms. I like after a moment, it just started getting to a point where I'm like, okay, this isn't getting me anywhere, and I don't feel good like using this robot to like do all my dirty work for me. Like I know it's hard like having a creative idea that stands out, and I know it's hard like writing after a while, like keeping the ideas flowing and all that stuff, but you aren't going to find the answer by like asking ChatGPT to do it for you. Like you aren't going to break any ground by like just giving up and letting something else take the chart. Like that's just like instead of like getting somebody else to do it, you're getting a robot to do it, and it will never be as good as what you can do because the idea isn't coming from you anymore. It's just coming from maybe some outlines of like what you fed the machine, and it just takes that algorithm and just goes like, well, maybe they'll like this because this is what they told me and this is what they're looking for. And sure, it might seem good the first few times, but I mean, after a while, you got to start realizing like this isn't good, and it's just gonna make a bunch of mistakes. And like human error is inevitable too. But with a robot, there's only so much you can do with it, and also just I just don't like getting to a point where I feel like I'm not thinking for myself anymore, and that's what I feel like a lot of people aren't really getting when or that I think that's like a skill that they're losing every time that they use like tools like ChatGPT or Grok or stuff like that, like you know. And I also just don't like how I don't want to go too far into it, but like because I'll talk about this shit forever, but I just don't like how unregulated it is either. Just like anybody can use it for anything at any point. Like bruh, like no one's going to like think for themselves anymore. But that's how I feel about ChatGPT. I can't control anybody else, but it does rub me the wrong way. That's all I can say. I'm gonna keep on going. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. Wait, what? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of his study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Japan and Britain. Jesus, Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. It was to be? In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country would be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato,
Yes,
do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying in law? No, I'm not, but... Uh, I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody can learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I will work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Would you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learnt enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something that he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One liar and one assistant. The real numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes, from the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passage of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown his resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. それでは
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help out. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it It seems we'll be working together for some time come yet.
It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times.
There's no need to do that. What?
I should never have doubted you. You're Kazuma-sama's close friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him.
I haven't eaten yet. I'm probably gonna heat up one of them Hot Pocket things in a second.
But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the—
No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times.
That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it.
No. I don't even know how. I would never throw anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I would presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. How beguiling, I don't know how to say that. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm somewhat of an accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. He's inches away from her face. He basically hit the girl. God damn. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course.
Don't throw me, not me.
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Why? No. Oh my god, okay. Now I might actually throw your ass.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was the Susato squash.
Oh my god. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma. That's right. A surprise sword that has been passed down through generations of the Asogi's clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Japanese man's sword is a soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So his name compels his wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling on that subject. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Oh, of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. They are so gay-ya for each other. I swear to God, that important thing he had to do. I still don't know what it was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. To be continued now? Oh, and I'm kind of mad that that chapter didn't have a case. Like, I mean, it technically did, but you know, I don't. The runaway room. Hold on, let me go get. I'm gonna get like some beef jerky sticks, and I'm gonna stick like this hot pocket shit in the microwave, cause I'm hungry as fuck, and I'm a little broke right now. And I don't want to eat out too much either. But like buying a whole bunch of groceries like fucking sucks sometimes. Sorry, you're hearing like all the noises. Hold on. All right. Ugh. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
They look so cute.
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Well, shit, y'all, we finally made it to this bitch. Damn. February? Hold on, before my microwave fucking beeps again. I'm gonna let this cool down a little bit. I'm not finna burn myself. Okay. Literally, because we don't have clocks in Japan. That's not a thing. We tell the time of day through vibes. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. It really does. It looks like something from fucking, I don't know, like Kirby. Like, it looks not like it should be in an Ace Attorney game, but I mean, I don't know. I haven't really played a lot of them, or at all. No, I have. I think I played a little bit of Spirit of Justice, but that was years ago. There were some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in a few short decades since we've opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this is quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice? I don't know. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Great Britain. Oh, good morning. Sorry for keeping you, whoever this is. Whoa. Great Britain, my ass. This is a fucking Digimon character. What the fuck? I trust that you aren't exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. I can't do a British accent, so sorry. I'm just gonna, make his voice deep. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you. Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. Uh, so what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help. I've never been so nervous since I got here that I can't remember a single... I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on our way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost at a loss for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways piped with piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearheaded every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. What's good? Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there is much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. The prosecutor is racist? Okay, wait. If you know anything about like future trials, don't tell me. Don't tell me. It will be the greatest spectacle of this kind in history, and it will make Paris. It'll make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Like, I know next to nothing about the Ace Attorney games for real, if I'm being completely honest. And like, I saw like what order I think I've seen like what order to play them in, but I think I'm gonna go like kind of chronologically, so I'm all the way like 100 years ago. So like I'm doing the great Ace Attorney first, and then I'm going on down the line. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world, even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. I'm kind of like loving how like chaotic and like goofy this shit is. It's like so fun. I really love all the designs. Like, it kind of almost looks like if Pokemon meant like I don't know what it would be like, because I don't know, this motherfucker is giving me Pokemon vibes, like heavy, like Pokemon or Digimon. Perhaps it is the fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Hey, so I need to tell you that my boyfriend is dead. I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand that the young man has lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means that the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Miss Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh shit, you like from which one? Like from I don't know how many games there are. Aren't there like 6? Or probably more. How many Ace Attorney games are there? Oh, thank you. I try. I'm trying to make sure I'm not drying out because this is the most talking I've done in a stream, like in streams than like ever. Because I've done like Silent Hill and Sonic and Naruto, but this game has me talking like fuck. And I assume so because like I remember looking on Reddit and seeing like the list of fucking games, like there's so many that I've seen, and like my head kind of like spun. This is it then, the moment of truth. Let me take a bite of this. I already do low key. I'm really excited. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you could consider allowing allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there was someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, is... I'ma save. I'm assuming that I should just say it's me, but... It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before, only once as it happens, and I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Beardia. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short of a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all that he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. As of right now, I don't really have a solid one. Usually, whenever I go live, I do update my Snap, I need to start updating my TikTok, my Snap, and my Instagram. And I do it about maybe once or twice a week, give or take. This is probably like my second time this week. Because my last stream was only like a minute 30 because my boyfriend got home and then we needed to like hop off and then we needed to do a whole bunch of other shit. But I really wanted to play this game. my best, because it's only that way because I don't have a set schedule for my job, and I can get pulled into work either in the morning or in the evening, so I either open or I close. Um, no, I feel like he'd probably get tired of it, to be honest. I usually only play myself, and I don't want to have him like sitting and waiting on me while I'm like doing that. I'm a manager at a shoe store. I'm one of the managers at the shoe store. And usually I'll go in like 4 to 5 days a week. And usually maybe like 2 of those I might go in the morning, and then the last 3 days I might like close. So like usually whenever I have an off day like this, or I get off in the afternoon after opening, I'll stream. And I'll usually always let people know. So it's kind of like a keep a heads up type of deal. I'm definitely gonna try to work on a schedule because I would love to like keep one. It's just my job. My job fluctuates hours and days that I come into work so much I can't really guarantee. So yeah, I mean you can follow my Insta. I usually always update on Instagram about whenever whenever I'm about to go live. And I also have TikTok. I'm gonna probably that new Rayman's like 30th anniversary game. I think it'll be in my channel. Hold on. But I can show it up here. I draw a lot. Oh yeah, Kyle can post it. But that new Rayman game that well, it's not a new game, but that new Rayman like 30th anniversary thing that the State of Play announced yesterday. I'm probably gonna try to go on Twitch with that one, and with on Twitch, Kyle. I've already said his name plenty of times. It's okay. He's all right. Trust me. But that new Rayman game that they do for like the anniversary that they announced yesterday, I'm probably gonna try to do that on Twitch and TikTok at the same time because I want like more people to be able to see it. I will if I can stream it off of the PlayStation, because that's all I got right now. I don't have enough money to get like a PC, and trust me, I want to have a PC so bad because there's more games that I want to stream, but we're just gonna have to work on that one. So I guess more games that I get interested in that I want to play, I'll probably play it for a stream that I can play on PlayStation, because that's the only one that I can. That's the only one that I can really do. That's my Instagram name right there, by the way. But that Rayman game, I'm definitely going to play, like that really old PS1 game, because I swear to God, I've always wanted to record for that game. I have it from my PS3. Well, not for the PS3. I have it for like it's the PS1 disc, but the PS3 can whatever, the PS3 can play it. And I've always wanted to stream that game, and I'm so happy that they like have a way that I can play it on. I'm so happy that they have a way that I can play it on PlayStation 5. But I will be streaming that. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. Yeah, okay. I know it must sound like I have an overinflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set to me. I haven't changed this thing I don't know how many times. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Kyle, I don't know if you remember, but do you remember? I think if Charlie ever watches my streams, which I don't know if he does, but um, this channel used to be called Adventures of a Human, but I changed it to like Our Ordinary Life in high school, and I just recently changed it to My Ordinary Life because it's not that I don't talk to those people anymore. It's just like, I don't really see them as much, and I'm the only one that ever really uploads to the channel. They can't upload. Yeah, it's been so long. Oh my god. They can't really upload. I'm the only one who can. Courtney and Chris can't upload to the channel, or Khalil. So I'm like, you know what? Just change it to mine. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry. Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or does its expression just alter for a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Yeah, what is this test? So, what form will the test take exactly? You can't call me right now. I'm streaming. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing isn't perfect. His timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed to the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Longstrongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Of course, because why wouldn't it be? A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't simply agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided that it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There is no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged? Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. Did you just change your damn profile picture? Oh my god. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove that you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say that you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. Wait, whoa, wait! I don't even know who the I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I didn't even get to investigate. I don't even know what the fuck. No, don't say. Please tell me that you're saying that Kyle cooked by, like, changing his profile picture, because I don't want to be cooked going into the trial. No. Oh my god, dude, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared, dude. What the fuck? Okay, bitch, I'll do it. Fine. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, wait, why are you saying my bad? So it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance.
Mr. Naruto.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but what could I do?
It's alright. I understand.
You do?
It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mrs. Sato-san means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some sort of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruto. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh,
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture, uh, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
he's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once.
I guess so. We got no other choice. Damn, we're in a courtroom already, bitch.
Oh, thank goodness we're here in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked perfectly.
I'm not so sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege.
Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It only feels like yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed.
Yes. However, the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. Who the fuck is this? What are yous doing following me here? Teens are fair desperate, are they? Oh, sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all the while a strange faraway land? Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now.
1,000 guineas?
Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout.
But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What? Oh, shit, damn. 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds for the rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2-3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Sorry, I do not want to chew and swallow in y'all's ear. I really don't. Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, that hit me in the eye, bitch. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh, to be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see. It's for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. I mean, he's giving a country ass accent, sorry. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it ain't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there is the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park. What? It is called McGill Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGill wouldn't do for the city and queer old people. Queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've got the gall to say I'm a good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded? What's the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out.
Mr. Naruto, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath.
Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying? Wait, what? What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry, I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, not at all. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he say the Reaper? I, the Grim Reaper of the Valley, Lord Barrack von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When von Zeke stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? Oh shit.
So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fellow at all. You could say he's the living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barrack von Zeeks. You must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
His name sounds like it's racist, girl. I don't know. Oh my god. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened.
Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided I'd have to defend myself in there.
Oh my god, bitch. I don't know anything about what's going on. I'm scared. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, when you know. 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. Bitch, my feet are bricks. So like, what do you mean? I don't even know you. Oh my god. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. I don't know, he seems a little sleazy.
Mr. Naruhodo, this man has no one. We have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing.
Oh God, like, bro. You know he's got more than like 5 false teeth in his skull.
Armed with nothing to defend himself. Something that Cosmo would have never allowed to happen.
Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Oh my god. I need to take another bite of my Hot Pocket. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Oh my god. I'm scared. I'm gonna go ahead and finish it. Looks like the castle of Notre Dame in here. Who are all these bitches? So this is the highest court in Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different from the Supreme Court in Japan.
Feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, what?
Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
I know, but I just can't help it. Oh. This nigga a vampire! And we got Santa Claus in the fucking chair. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Oh my God! I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. This is Castlevania. Who is this? That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch this poor victim to the underworld. That's a demon! Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Is he go get me TOS? I'm scared. Oh shit. I don't even know what to... I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. Oh. They shroud your fear, no, your doubts, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You can be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Of course they'd be okay with his racism. They're already racist in here. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fella's a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the Great British Empire proud. What a fine gentleman. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go and play McGill. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, as he certainly has a way with the words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. It's because he's going against fucking Victor Von Doom over here. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, in most laughable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that your 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Woo! Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says he should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminal here will be soon wishing they never set eyes on me. Okay, yeah. Get him out! Get him out! I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
The jury is on some bullshit. Why does he have a flask in here? I don't even think that's a black dude. I think that might be Hispanic? I don't know. He might be Hispanic. Not to say a nigga can't drink, but you know, whatever.
Sonata, hold on. These people are...
The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors defend in guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view.
But how exactly do jurors give their verdict?
That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in this courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. This is a demon! Get him out! Get him out! So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance in which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years? Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The Count nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was gone some minutes before after 10. Oh, not this old man. The victim was a marker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice Friar Mason. Sorry, Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Damn! The victim's corpse was discovered in an... Sorry, I thought I smelled somebody, I think somebody barbecuing or something, I don't know. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that yeah, someone's definitely barbecuing or grilling or something. I shall accept that into the photograph as evidence. What, do they have to do it right here? That's what's crazy to me. I need to get my roasted peanuts. They gonna be having me talking for a hot ass minute, dude. I do. It's overwhelming, if that makes sense. Trust me, I can eat. I love some food. It's just that smells like smoke. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Oh my god, I can already feel it. Mr. McGilda's gloves had blood on them? Oh, Lord. Yes, I will accept them as evidence as well. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of these passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other... Why he pointing at me like that? Why he pointing like that? Was the accused Magnus McGilded? Oh, that got their attention. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of my carriage. 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. My lord Lilton? My lord Lilton. So it is. And when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I had never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about the gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got on the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, the statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Oh. Oh my god. Order! What the fuck? When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. Why you so zesty with it? It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Christ. Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First Lady... Lady First. I, make hats for gents.
Welcome back. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Oh, shit! Mm-mm.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. I couldn't help it.
This is a liar. This isn't even a man. Because, first of all, the name already kind of gives it away. But the clothes are clearly oversized. So, and this hat keeps slipping off your head. I know you got a lot more hair. Yeah, literally, lady first. Come on. It's got to make me wonder about what the name has to be in Japanese.
He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
An ambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could these two witnesses have possibly seen what happened? There's no way that they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage. How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Japanese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carnage? Bailiff, the entire carriage? Sorry. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Give me a second, hold on. I want to see what this smell is. Yeah, I was right. It's like right below me and it's like rafting upwards, so I get a whiff of it every now and then. It doesn't even smell like barbecue or grill anymore. It just smells like the straight propane. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four patches seated inside in the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of the omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior of the seats above. A skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen there were occupying the roof seats in the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Yeah, fix that. Go ahead, fix that. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. This is interesting. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence.
Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary.
I could help myself a lot by giving the omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Japanese man, wow, to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination. Wow. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Oh. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! I'm gonna have to examine so much shit. Thrice fired. Let me make sure that my camera isn't covering anything. There's a button missing. There's a button missing on his clothes. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on the first day in London. Well, nothing will come up grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed?
Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier.
Pity. If only you'd been left-handed.
I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really.
I guess that's all I can see. Phoenix Wright Omnibus, that's crazy. Oh yeah, I've been met that motherfucker. The whole last chapter was about him.
Let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder is horrible.
I will say, at first, he did piss me off a bit. Like, he was doing a little too much. But I think because of that, over time, he started to grow on me. And I already kind of like miss having a scene with him and Susato and Ryunosuke, because it's kind of like really funny banter between the three of them. Especially when you got like Hosonaga in there. I feel like he is, or he has the capacity to be at least. He just wasn't doing all that great for someone who's supposed to be the literal Sherlock fucking Holmes. But fuck. Oh, that's the poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. Oh, well, anyway, yeah. He did grow on me a lot. I'm kind of missing seeing him already, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna see him again. Like he's like one of the pictures on the games that like when I start this game up, like he's one of the main pictures. So I'm like, okay, I know I'm gonna see you later, but you know, especially with a character that memorable, there's no way I'm only gonna see him once. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Town and the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower is under the construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzling with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event.
Ah, that's the posters for the great exhibition that's due to start in 6 months from now. Wait, what? Oh, that's just another notice?
That's blood that's soaked into the seat, the victim's obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the deck.
Would you really stab somebody in full view of passengers like that, I wonder?
Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so I was surprised. Perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack.
It's a quite large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof of the deck.
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a latch of any description, so I suppose it can't be operated from inside the cabin at least. The seat has a handle, it seems. The fuck is this shit? Luggage?
This looks like all sort of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus. Oh my god, I'm like reasoning into Sato's voice. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's like a storage compartment for the coach to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it'd be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Just trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh. You must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in this freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Do I need to hit another? Yeah, no. Okay, no. There isn't anything else, I don't think. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed. I did. I couldn't help it. And I heard it coming. I saw my boss, and then I saw it too. I guess I'm just gonna have to press these bitches.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was quite some time after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's quite right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. For freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. But not all traveling in the same parts of the bus. Though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted? Alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No one. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running. It does every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home. Just trying to rum up again.
Wait, hold on. I forgot that I could look at these people.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There is a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. Two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces, but there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? How can I put it politely? Mr. McGill is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. And out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair, drunken, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just... Whoa. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in more detail if that's... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something other than what they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What the fuck? What is happening here?
Let me see. Oh, yes. It seems like that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of the justice, as we just saw a moment ago.
So if those normal scale fall completely to the black side, does that mean...
Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury stands. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare.
Hold it!
Stabbed him, he's saying. And weren't you sitting up on the... And you were sitting up on the roof deck too, were you?
Yes, that's right, sir. That's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats.
Excuse me!
Oh, whoops. Well, Mr. Beppo?
Oh, me, sir?
Something to add in relation to that last statement?
Well, sir, there's just one thing, sir. I was wondering what would become of my omnibus, sir, after the trial.
What do you mean?
I can't help wondering. Will no one want to ride in the carriage someone was killed in? Or will everyone want to ride in it? Yes, the carriage that would be an attraction, maybe. It could be a sink or swim moment for me. Yes, I think it will be.
Well, if you could just focus on the testimony for the time being, please. God damn it.
Hold it!
Receipts. I remember seeing the little gent. I remember seeing the little gent next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around.
This motherfucker's having to fix his hat at every angle. Oh my god.
But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before.
It appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. Gilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir, yes.
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one.
Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems that this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. Murder weapon.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's words should be sacrosanct? However,
Oh.
those of us in the service, we must accept hard truths. Wait, what? Dispose of the rubbish.
Oh my god, this is not good. No!
I don't wish to cause offense, but I would like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
Oh, Miss Madam's gonna... I have painstakingly typed a report uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Oh my god. Not again.
That's 4 out of 6 jury members who have proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
Honestly, same. What? Oh, god damn it! Oh no, this is not going well. This is not going well. So let me go with a coachman. The idea of a murder being committed in one of the city carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right for me to make a decision before hearing all the facts, so I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leading?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park is called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
How many Londoners have lived with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What?
Stone the crows!
McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard of any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Oh. What possible reason could this man have had to make a use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save a considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that this creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment day for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, This pitiful soul, with the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life, by the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
If I might add something briefly.
Miss Usato.
You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim?
Where'd this shit come from? Hello? That's the blood of his victims. Oh my god. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in court of law. There it is. Lord Vengeek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
Oh! As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. Yes, I am. I'm trying to, at least. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this as new evidence. The debtor's ledger. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum, and the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. This is the second ever case that I've gotten to. We've done the first one, and then we had a mini case on board the ship, where Kazuma ended up dying by tripping and falling on his neck. And now we're here in Great Britain carrying on his legacy, defending a man, and we know pretty much next to nothing about this trial. So here we are.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel.
No. This is the Great Ace Attorney. This is the one that's like 100 years before Phoenix, right? And the rest of them. So like chronologically, this is like the first game.
Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before.
I don't stand for nonsense.
Oh, fuck. That was it. The last juror's decision. Oh, okay. Well, I'm completely new. I'm like doing chronological order, I guess. So this is like, I'm like actually diving into like playing these games. I've got a long road ahead of me.
According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the proceeding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh.
Oh?
There's a footnote, though.
No, I've never played it anymore. I've seen clips of it. I've just never played it. A footnote.
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Susato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes.
There's a first for everything. You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law. However, the defense, what did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the proceeding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, that the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you've never been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. A modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh.
What even is it? Susato, the so-called summation examination.
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Alright. Thanks for stopping by, at least.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we will be able to appeal the members of to the jury.
To do what exactly?
Appeal them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. It says here that the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use summation examination to attempt to influence the juror's decision, but that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to even try this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the proceeding actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? Assert our right. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord. London is the capital of the city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's position is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with a summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. Literally.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then, the summation examination. Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for, to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state on the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGilded guilty for this most serious crime. The jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with affairs totally torn in piece.
He stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. I don't know. People in this courtroom just be bringing whatever they want. Just fuck it.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor.
On the floor?
It beggars belief.
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. And I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything else the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about the British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a unified front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements, and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Oh, I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would like to ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Oh, well, look at me. The defense's rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it must have been him.
I want to see
Hold it!
on the floor. I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that's what he said. You're right. Zagilda's Park. Zagilda's Park is such a lovely little place, too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I got on with my knitting. And had I thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed, I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought that he was a miserable murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse.
Oh, help. She sure can be that he's guilty now.
The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she?
We just need to find two jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against one another. Which is so much easier said than done. Ow! Storm!
Is that perhaps what you were just thinking?
How did you know?
Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happened to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read to you what I found? It is a little long, I'm afraid.
Go ahead.
Very well, listen to this. During the summation examination, you will hear the assertions of 6 members of the jury. In this situation, the counsel...
Can you hurry up and move? You stink a little bit.
In this situation, the counsel for the defense should use triangle and pit with impunity. Having done so, you will be able to compare the chosen assertion with those of the other jurors. Select the corresponding buttons to listen to the other jurors' assertions again. Note that you cannot choose the assertion of the juror you initially selected. Nor can you choose the assertions of jurors who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Once you've compared the various jurors' assertions, work out which two contradict each other, and then pit them together with triangle to pull them apart.
I see. She wasn't joking when she said it was long.
The first step is to listen carefully to what each individual juror has to say. Then I'm sure you'll start to see which ones might not agree with each other.
Alright then. Let's get this right now. Let's get this right now. So I have to never listen to that long-winded explanation again.
That's the spirit.
His seemed to contradict with the old lady's. Careful, you could hurt somebody with that. You're one to talk. What of that sword hanging from your waist, huh? Oh, that's just my battered soul. Also, my sword is sheathed. You have like an open exposed blade, bitch. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same. All stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock. Well, that does seem to be the case, but...
Mr. Nodohodo, please, be careful what you say.
If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, then, as far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. Oh my god. Now why do that if you can't get it back out? Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have to say something about the defendant's underhand activities?
If you thought of something, Mr. Nodohodo, don't let it go. Test your theory.
Pit the two jurors whose statements seem to be contradictory against each other. No time like the present to use triangle to pit them against one another, or I'll never get anywhere.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste.
Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Not the animation of him walking back and forth. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual movement when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror member number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say that the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ah, you want to test me, do you? It was like this, stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim breaker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, jury number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
Bless my stitches, what a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of these witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really just let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
Okay, well, we got her.
The scales.
I don't believe it. Hold it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him. In all black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? What are you scratching me for? What? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What if the 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, should I take this knife to you? That's a threat. You want to go to jail?
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
Oh, they're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments of the same crime? No, because he was only stabbed once, and there's no blood on the floor in the omnibus. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it! Alright, bitch. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. Oh. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As a foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the 2 witnesses. I say the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something that he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw this two different moments of the same crime, as proven by I am a little bit. It's been like 4.5 hours. I've been going for a minute. Yeah, single stab one. I've been playing for about, like 4.5 hours. It's like 4 hours, 20 minutes now. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's been written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen two different attacks. Alright, I can see defeat. Damn, that was easy.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
That's where you must strike next.
So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show that there's another contradiction.
Exactly. You can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Fuck. I'm no lover of the rich, but I despise liars even more. Oh, well, yeah, they're done. Trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. Simply typed in collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
Hold it!
What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I am recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derivously at your remark 7 times in total. And I might add, each time you have gawped like a simpleton. Thank you. What's the point exactly? Anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion that I have drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere. Yeah, she's giving us nothing. That's how much it costs. That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? That's right. As the guildmaster, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. One fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause, beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words. And it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it the crime of his buses, or... Is it the crime or his buses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin. But does this ability recall to his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is?
I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to his accounts.
I see.
A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it?
That's a saying in your country?
My point is, a man whose mind is figures is a man who you can trust. Those of us in service will swear to that, sir.
Does that bench really need any more polishing? Literally, at this point.
So if the driver says that he saw Mr. McGilden in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish.
Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think.
If you notice an inconsistency the two jurors are saying,
I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that. So...
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's name, mane and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus in the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly in front of me.
And the juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication,
It'll be 16 pence.
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachman and the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims are most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so that this miserable trial doesn't end,
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side set of the scales.
Now hold your horses, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Oh, they're even. This is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same.
Ooh. Oh, for the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards and financial manners.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again.
Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty.
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won!
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap never dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. Jesus. And the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. This motherfucking... Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks? Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we've had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir. My lord, sir.
If it transpired that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
I only gave poor passengers that night, I swear, but.
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw Gilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed me. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
You think so? Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage?
Ugh.
Beppo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last one of the days always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
No, I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor onto the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What? 4 passengers at 5 pence is, yes, 20 pence.
I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the displeasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Alright, I'll try to get through this.
I only carry 4 passengers that night.
Let's see. So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4-pence fare, is that right?
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold. All I could do was stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chilblains just listening to you.
It was terrible. It was terrible. So I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny or passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on Omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. Hold on. I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Oh wow. Okay, I was just making sure because, like, I forgot that that was even a thing. Much like the Phantom Killer you so desperately needed is gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place.
Hold it!
Alright. Because it's just been a minute because the whole last, like, chapter, we didn't even have a fucking trial. So, like, I completely forgot that you have to watch for people's reactions, too. But if it's going to be obvious, then okay. This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume?
Yes, sir.
A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man that the moment his life is taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. I'm sad that, like, if we were going to lose a character that's supposed to be, like, super important to the story, why wasn't it a case? I would say that I'm more, like, disappointed that we didn't get a case for Kazuma and he just died, like, landing on his neck. And I don't know, part of me is still, like, maybe holding on hope, like, there's, like, something more to that. I don't want to, like, just cope, but, like, I don't know. It's it's just unfortunate that like if Cosmo literally only died because he tripped and fell on his and no well yeah the girl like pushed him and he fell on his neck and then died and that was it. I'm like, you got taken out by a little Russian girl. We were sitting here thinking this whole time, especially because I've honestly kind of feel a little bit of the same. Like, I also just think like not only was Susato's father going like, hey, you need to get over there, Cosmo was also like, you know, if you were to become a lawyer, this might, like, he was like alluding to something greater. And then they were also thinking like, it was pretty obvious that Cosmo was like, yeah, there's probably a possibility that I could die, like I could be assassinated. Even Hosonaga was there undercover because of that fact. And you mean to tell me that you got taken out by a little fucking Russian girl who just pushed you on the bedpost? Like, I'm just kind of disappointed. I'm like, that could have, we could have had a trial instead of just like running around back and forth in the fucking ship the whole time, but whatever. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath. See, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help but screaming, even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGilda stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilda, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before. This was... Just for a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway... I appreciate the non-spoiler, because like I'm so far, like regardless, I'm still enjoying the game. I mean, yeah, you can't win them all. Not all of them are gonna be like great, which is fine. It's just I would rather have a trial than like no trial, you know, especially for Cosmo, who's supposed to be like a much more important character, especially to like Ryunosuke wanting to still become a lawyer because of him, like in his stead and stuff. Like, I just feel like that was a real big waste if that's all we get from Kazuma, like, ever. And, you know, that's all we get from that, but I guess, I don't know. Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the cabin. Carriage wasn't there. There's been much talk of a 5th passenger. But as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for? It's black and white, the man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. Oh, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If we're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important details. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot a witness reacting in a strange way... Sorry, I have to stop, because I really hate how it kind of like cuts it off right here. I wish it would just show the whole message. Yeah, that's what I was assuming, because they just kind of threw me in here without anything. And I'm like, okay, alright.
Don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason.
I think I pressed him on that. There aren't any other ones that are like that. Oh, fuck! I'm sorry, I hit the shit. I hit the button. No.
Hold it!
He said, I think so. Earlier... I know, that's a little disappointing. Earlier you testified that you saw the moment the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that's right.
You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in an ice pick grip.
I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe?
What's this?
Well, I'm not quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I suppose that was me, sir.
Then I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, the knife sticking up from his midriff. That's right, and then the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all.
I really thought that I did, but when I go over again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment.
Oh my god, that scared the actual shit out of me. What? What are you over here? You look feral. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Huh? Are you asking me or telling me? Okay. Thank God it's that fucking obvious. I couldn't help but notice that one. He yelled at me. He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some of the information from him if I... Okay, Jesus. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the... Some days are like that are crazy. It's crazy. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spent your time peeping through the skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker. I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright? I'll tell you just how grim it was. Did you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed that man? Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely a lot of blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm pretty sure of what I saw. I think the banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it.
When you feel something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record.
Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an um is it the gloves? Blood-soaked hands.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soap might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely a lot of blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Oh. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then? That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say that you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yet it wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains. Why is he so sick? I actually kind of love his poses, bro. I love him. Aside from his racist tendencies, I don't like that. That's bad. I like his poses, not his mentality. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the courts. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide into this trial completely. Something to show this man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony. We're gonna say that we do. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay has a reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present this evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. I'm gonna examine this real quick. Let's open this. Let's see if his name is in here. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets to London's, Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from my great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Oh, goodness.
What is it?
Look at this. Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information.
Take that!
It's a list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, it's a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors, you name Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
No, well, it's barely worth being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. Would that become your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled and would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in the time in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remembered seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands. Both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which you have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both hands, not just one.
What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruto, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes, I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Give me 1 second. There is blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime that was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence tantamount to saying that we saw the man to do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord.
What the witnesses really saw. There's blood on both hands of the assailant. Surely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment it transpired, if that matters.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both of his hands. He's defiant even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well as you know. But, for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped you released yourself from that financial guilty burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby. That's all. That's what you get for gambling. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture in this weekend that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands?
Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. Gilda's gloves have any signs of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, When I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir.
He wasn't wearing these gloves?
That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his...
It's true that the dark colors say that would have been easy to see. I should point out that the officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there were no trace of blood on Mr. McGillicuddy's Glove's hands. There wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. No trace. Gloved hands. I didn't actually see anything for myself. No, not until I heard that scream. You didn't see anything?
Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very, very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the men. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say that you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir, I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you, must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that?
It was so cold that night, see, it was so cold, all I could do to keep... It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. My head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service on the... It's cold winter nights. You might fucking die, yeah. Beppo! Anyway, the fact remains that there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof of the deck in the first place. Well, I don't know anything about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right, in the public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb to the roof deck and look down longingly into the one cabin below.
Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. I don't know. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What?
By golly, really?
Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. That at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Japanese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, The scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential could have been situated? I'm guessing here. I don't know. My lord, in this location, an extra passenger could have been completely hidden from view. Oh. If you believe that to be true, Counsel, then may I suggest you attempt to conceal yourself there? Sorry? And here's to you never seeing the light of day again. Oh. Whatever's in that hallowed chalice, it has a very bitter aftertaste. Pains me to say it, Mr. Haruto, but that was, well, bitterly disappointing. There's a bitterness in the air, it seems. Perhaps you'd like to reconsider your answer, Counsel? You identified it. What, the ladder?
Take that! Objection!
I'm not understanding. Because this chair would have seen this person, this person. He's driving the horses up here. I don't know. This right here is making me feel stupid. He's driving the horses right here, I think. Welcome back. I'm trying to see where to...
Objection!
What the fuck? In the omnibus. How, like, in how? I don't know.
Take that!
Both rows of seats are... Both rows of seats on the roof face the direction of the travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which the visitors can see through the skylight is drawn here. But can't the person on the front just like look back and see the person there? As you can see, the seat opposite on the which of the victims and his attacker sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Japanese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in this other seat, which was out of sight from the witness on the roof deck? Who? I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger on the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for in order to turn trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... No. I can't implicate him. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But who? Oh my god, I don't know who. I can't say him, can I? I don't know.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that was the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Damn. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Shut up. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny islands nationed in the Far East as having a learning culture of their own. But I see that they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student from an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. My God. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency. Why can't I say that word for some reason? It creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. One of the gloves bear the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both admittedly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of the events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. There was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify, and the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. What exactly are you proposing? The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes, the tops of their heads was obscured by the roof. Obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember.
And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing that even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of a true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Ugh. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, and it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded could have been unaware of it. There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it turns out to be the man who's been withholding information, you can be sure that it would have been the most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Demand his testimony, yes. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Oh, yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That is how I run things in the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Damn, all I did was accidentally hit my screen and all that shit happened. What the fuck? I just wanted to see what time it was. Oh, it's about to be 7. Holy shit. Honestly, I'm probably gonna save and stop right here. I think this is a good point. I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. Holy shit. Thank you for those who came and watched and commented and stayed as long as you did. I know today was like it's not my door, but I know it was probably like one of the longer streams that I've ever done. Good lord. It was very fun, a little frustrating at times, but it was very fun. And we even got a new sub today. Would you look at that? That's crazy. Um, but damn, this shit is like a little wild. I wasn't expecting it to go this far left. This is wild, especially with the case I like. Me and Susato came in knowing next to nothing about. But hey, I guess we're taking it down one by one. We're seeing where we're gonna go from here, and I guess, uh, I shit, I don't know. I want to know what that man's name, Strongheart, male Strongheart. Um, I want to know what his whole deal is. We only got to meet him for like a minute, and then we had to go, and I was like, okay, so in this trial, and also vampire in the corner is crazy. He's got an interesting character, I will say. Um, but so far, I was a little disappointed that, and I can kind of see what that one commenter was saying. Like people kind of felt like their time was wasted. I hate to say it, I feel a little bit like that too. I do like that we got to play around with. I'm just gonna call him Sherlock. He's just Sherlock. I do like that we got to play around with Sherlock for a little bit and I got to experience him and his character. And he was very interesting and funny to be around. His animations are like wild, especially that one of him falling over. Like that one is really funny. Um, but yeah, I do feel kind of like not betrayed, but just very disappointed that we lost basically our whole entire boyfriend because some little Russian girl just pushed him over and he broke his neck. And that was it. But I don't know. Maybe there will be something more. Maybe there will be like another clue about like what was going on with Kazuma in the first place, why he was so paranoid. Him and Mikotobo was so paranoid of that, and the bureau was also paranoid that he might get assassinated. Um, I want to see like where all of this leads to. So as soon as I'm able to play this again, I will come back, finish this trial, and go from there. Um, it's been a blast. Thank you again for everybody who came out to the stream. This is definitely one of the longest ones that I've done, but I still had fun. I will catch y'all on the flip. Y'all have a great one. Hope y'all had a good